Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The stars began to vanish one by one, plucked from the velvet sky like silver berries from a cosmic vine. In the village of Green Hollow, nestled between the ancient whispering forest and the looming Mist Peak mountains, the absence of starlight heralded a dread that had not been felt for a millennium. Each night, the darkness grew deeper, the shadows more substantial, until they seemed to pool and gather in the village square, swirling with purpose and malevolent awareness. Hobbit stood at the edge of his adoptive parents' forge, watching as Master Finan hammered frantically at a series of silver amulets commissioned by the village elders. The old craftsman's normally precise movements had grown erratic with fear. "Ooh, they won't help," Hobbit said softly, his mismatched eyes, one amber, one silver, reflecting the forge fire. No ordinary metal can hold back the devouring shadows. Finan paused mid-strike, sweat beading on his weathered brow. "And what would you know of such things, boy? You've seen but 17 winters." Hobbit touched the peculiar medallion that hung at his throat, a habit he'd developed since earliest childhood. The disc-shaped pendant was neither gold nor silver, but a material that seemed to shift between translucent crystal and opaque stone, depending on how the light struck it. Its surface bore intricate patterns that resembled constellations, though none matched any stars visible in the night sky. "I dream of them," Hobbit replied, unable to explain the visions that had plagued his sleep since the first star disappeared. "They hunger for light." And something more. That night, as the last visible star winked out above Green Hollow, the air itself seemed to thicken and congeal. Villagers barricaded themselves in their homes, lighting every candle and lantern as if such meager flames could stave off the ancient darkness now slithering down from the mountains. Hobbit alone stood in the open, drawn to the village boundary by an inexplicable compulsion. His medallion had begun to pulse with a gentle inner light, warm against his skin. "You feel it calling to its brethren," came a voice, like water flowing over smooth stones. Hobbit spun to face a slender figure that seemed to materialize from the trunk of a massive willow tree. She appeared at first glance to be a young woman draped in silver-green robes, but as she approached, her features shifted subtly, sometimes youthful, sometimes ancient, sometimes barely human at all. "Who are you?" Hobbit managed, his voice barely a whisper. "I've been called many things across the ages," she replied. "The wild shepherdess, the twilight guardian, but you may know me as the Lady of the Willows." Her gaze fell to the medallion. "And you, Moonchild, bear a fragment of the Stone of Destiny, the only power that might restore what was broken." Before Hobbit could question her further, a wall of living darkness surged over the village boundary. Where it touched, grass withered and fence posts crumbled to dust. The lady raised her arms, and the willow trees responded, their branches lashing out to form a temporary barrier of woven wood and silver-green leaves. "It will not hold for long," she warned. "The devouring shadows have waited 1,000 years for this moment, growing stronger in the depths beneath the mountains. You must come with me now, or all will be lost." "I can't leave. My family, the village." will perish regardless if the stone remains fragmented. She cut him off. The shard you wear is but one of 7. United, they form the only weapon capable of restoring balance between light and darkness. That night, Hobbit fled his childhood home with nothing but the clothes on his back, the medallion at his throat, and the enigmatic Lady of the Willows as his guide. As they crested the eastern ridge, he looked back to see Greenhollow enveloped in writhing shadows, the darkness punctuated by dwindling points of lantern light like dying stars. Their journey took them through the sundered lands, a patchwork of territories fractured by ancient wars and magical catastrophes. In the crystalline marshes, stepping stones of luminous quartz provided safe passage among pools that reflected impossible skies. Through the ruins of Highgate, once the greatest city of the Old Kingdoms, they walked among toppled towers of ivory and gold that still hummed with forgotten enchantments. On the 7th day, at the edge of the obsidian desert, they encountered a solitary figure awaiting them beside a campfire that burned with blue flames. His massive frame was clad in battered armor, adorned with the sigils of a dozen conquered nations. His beard braided with beads of jet and amber, a great sword nearly as tall as Hobbit himself was plunged into the earth beside him. Grimir the Conqueror, the lady acknowledged with a nod that was neither friendly nor hostile. You felt the shards awakening. I felt the consequences of my folly stirring once more, the warlord replied, his voice like distant thunder. His eyes, when they fell upon Hobbit, held centuries of regret. So this is the moon's chosen vessel. He looks like a blacksmith's apprentice, not a savior. Hobbit squared his shoulders, meeting the warlord's gaze without flinching. And you look like a tired old man, not the scourge who unleashed darkness upon the world. Unexpectedly, Grimir laughed, a sound like avalanches in distant mountains. He has spirit, at least. The mirth faded quickly. But spirit alone won't close the void breach or restore what was taken. That night, as the lady communed with ancient spirits in the desert wastes, Grimir revealed his tale to Hobbit. 1,000 years passed, seeking power beyond mortal reckoning. The warlord had broken the seals binding the void breach beneath the Mistpeak Mountains. The devouring shadows had poured forth, consuming light and life alike, until a coalition of the most powerful beings in existence, the 7 luminaries, had sacrificed themselves to forge the Stone of Destiny, an artifact capable of binding the darkness once more. But the ritual was flawed, Grimir explained, prodding the strange blue fire. The stone shattered into 7 shards, each one containing the essence of a luminary. 6 were hidden across the realms. The 7th, his eyes flicked to Hobbit's medallion, the 7th was hidden in plain sight, the Lady of the Willows finished, returning to their camp, bound to the last hope of the luminaries, a child born of moonlight, concealed among mortals until the time of greatest need. Hobbit's hand flew to the medallion, his medallion, the truth dawning with terrible clarity. You're saying I'm not human. You are the son of Lumina, the moon's sovereign, the lady confirmed, the last of the luminaries to fall in the binding ritual. With her final breath, she formed your essence from pure moonlight and entrusted you to the mortal world, along with her shard of the stone. The journey to recover the remaining shards tested them beyond imagining. In the floating isles of Selendor, they battled windwraiths to claim a fragment embedded in a permanently frozen waterfall. In the smoldering library of Ashkazar, they solved riddles posed by an ageless sphinx to earn the shard hidden within a book that rewrote itself with each reading. With each recovered piece, Hobbit's true nature became more apparent. His silver eye glowed with increasing brightness, and in moments of danger, his skin emitted a soft luminescence. At night, creatures of the wild approached him without fear, drawn to the faint moonlight that seeped from his very being. The final shard lay in the heart of the void breach itself, beneath the mist-peaked mountains, where the devouring shadows had first emerged. The entrance to the ancient caverns yawned before them like a wound in the earth, darkness pulsing outward in viscous waves. "I cannot accompany you beyond this point," the lady admitted, her form flickering between woman and willow more rapidly than before. "My essence is too closely bound to the living world above." Grimir gripped his great sword, its edge now inlaid with shards of the stone. "I will stand guard at the threshold. This was my sin to unleash. Let me at least hold back the tide while you complete your task." Hobbit descended alone into darkness, so absolute it seemed to devour sound itself. Only the combined light of the 6 shards he carried illuminated his path, revealing grotesque statues that might once have been living beings before the shadows claimed them. At the heart of the mountain, he found not a chamber, but a vast inverted dome of empty space, as if someone had scooped out the mountain's core and replaced it with a perfect hemisphere of nothingness. Suspended at its center floated the final shard, orbited by tendrils of shadow that darted and swirled like hungry eels. As Hobbit approached, the darkness congealed into a vaguely humanoid shape, a figure of void with 2 pinpricks of dying light for eyes. "Ye Moonchild," it whispered, its voice the sound of stars being extinguished one by one. "Why do you oppose the inevitable? Light fades, darkness endures. Even your mother accepted this truth in her final moments." "You lie," Hobbit replied, though doubt gnawed at him. "The luminaries sacrificed themselves to bind you." "They sacrificed themselves to delay me," the shadow corrected. "But I am patient. And now I offer you a choice your mother never had. Join me. With your celestial essence and my power, we could forge a new realm of twilight, neither blinding light nor absolute darkness." For a moment, Hobbit wavered. He had never known his true mother. The moon had been nothing more than a distant silver disk in the night sky. His life, his loves, his memories all belonged to the earth. Why should he sacrifice himself for a legacy he had never chosen? The answer came not in words, but in images. Master Finnan teaching him to shape metal with patient hands, the children of Greenhollow playing in summer meadows, the quiet beauty of stars reflected in still forest pools, all things nurtured by the balance of light and darkness, now threatened by all-consuming void. With sudden clarity, Hobbit understood the truth. He was neither fully celestial nor fully terrestrial, but a bridge between realms, exactly what the Stone of Destiny required to fulfill its purpose. "You're right about one thing," Hobbit told the shadow as he drew together the 6 shards, which began to orbit his medallion like planets around a sun. "I am my mother's child. And like her, I choose to preserve the balance." Lunging forward, Hobbit plunged his hand into the heart of darkness, seizing the final shard. Pain beyond imagining coursed through him as shadow and light warred within his flesh. The 7 fragments of the stone spun faster around him, drawing closer until they merged into a perfect sphere of crystalline light, neither solid nor liquid, but something in between. The shadow screamed, a sound like the universe tearing at its seams, as tendrils of darkness were inexorably drawn into the reconstituted stone. Hobbit felt his own essence being pulled as well. The moonlight that formed his true nature answering the stone's call for completion. In that moment of dissolution, as his consciousness expanded beyond the confines of mortal form, Hobbit made his choice. Not moon nor earth alone, but the space between, the twilight, the dawn, the dusk, the balance. The restored stone of destiny rose from the heart of the mountain, carrying with it the bound darkness and a new guardian. Where once there had been a void, now a perfect orb of crystalline light hung suspended, neither blinding nor dim, but radiant with purpose. Within it, visible only to those with eyes to see, was the silhouette of a young man with mismatched eyes, one hand extended toward the earth, the other reaching for the stars. In Green Hollow and across the realm, the devouring shadows receded like an outgoing tide. The stars returned to the night sky one by one, joined by a new celestial body that shone with gentle silver-gold light, neither sun nor moon, but something that partook of both their natures. And on certain nights, when that light shines most brightly, those with pure hearts might hear a familiar voice on the wind, telling tales of a blacksmith's apprentice who found his true calling in the space between light and shadow, earth and sky, mortality and legend. Story 2. The first portal shattered at midnight, its crystalline surface fracturing with a sound that resonated across the kingdom of Ambar like 1,000 glass bells breaking in perfect harmony. In the great library of Lumen Hall, nestled within the city's highest spire, Hobbit awoke with a start, a searing pain flashing behind his eyes as ancient tomes tumbled from their shelves around him. The air shimmered with motes of light that danced like fireflies before vanishing into nothingness, leaving only the scent of lightning and roses in their wake. Hobbit had fallen asleep at his desk again, surrounded by scrolls documenting the lost epochs. At 22, he was the youngest apprentice librarian in 3 centuries, renowned for his extraordinary memory and peculiar ability to locate texts that others had long forgotten existed. Master Orlin often jested that Hobbit could recall the location of dust motes from decades past, yet couldn't remember to eat his midday meal. "The veil thins," whispered a voice from the shadows, causing Hobbit to nearly topple his inkwell. Master Orlin emerged from between the stacks, his ancient face illuminated by a sphere of blue light hovering above his palm. "It has begun, just as the Codex Dimensionum foretold." Before Hobbit could question his mentor, the library doors burst open. The magisters of the council entered in a flurry of midnight blue robes and urgent whispers, their silver circlets gleaming in the moonlight that streamed through the stained glass windows. "The southeastern portal has collapsed," announced Magister Vaughan, his voice tight with barely contained panic. "There are reports of anomalies in the border villages, things emerging. Show me the Codex," demanded Magistra Elindra, fixing her piercing gaze on Master Orlin. "If what we feared has come to pass, we must act swiftly." As the elders disappeared into the forbidden archives, Hobbit did what any proper apprentice would do. He followed at a discreet distance, concealing himself behind the thaumaturgical encyclopedias. The magisters gathered around a pedestal, upon which rested a book, bound in what appeared to be translucent crystal, its pages emitting a soft, pulsating glow. The 7th prophecy speaks of the breaking of barriers. Master Orlin's finger traced lines of text Hobbit couldn't see from his vantage point. "When the Guardians betray their oath for immortality's promise, the gates between worlds shall fracture. But the countermeasure," pressed Magistra Elindra. "What of the key-bearer?" Master Orlin sighed heavily. "The text refers only to one whose vision bridges worlds. We've searched for decades with no success." Hobbit leaned forward, straining to hear more. When the unthinkable happened, he sneezed. The sound echoed in the cavernous archives like a thunderclap. In the ensuing scramble to escape notice, his elbow struck an ancient artifact displayed on a nearby pedestal, a fragment of crystal no larger than a child's palm, allegedly recovered from the first portal. The crystal shattered upon impact, and a sliver lodged itself in Hobbit's right eye before he could react. Pain exploded behind his eyelid, a kaleidoscope of colors and images, overwhelming his senses as he collapsed to the floor, consciousness fleeing. He awoke to voices arguing above him. Clear as day, the fragment chose him. Look at his eye. Impossible, a mere apprentice. The fate of the realms cannot rest on, yet the markings are already forming. See how they spread? Hobbit opened his eyes, or tried to. His right eye felt strange, heavy yet somehow more perceptive. Raising a trembling hand to his face, he traced unfamiliar patterns that had formed on his skin around the affected eye, delicate lines like flowing script that radiated outward across his temple. What's happening to me? He managed, his voice barely a whisper. The magisters fell silent, exchanging glances laden with meanings Hobbit couldn't decipher. It was Master Orlin who finally approached, kneeling beside his apprentice with a mixture of awe and sorrow. The crystal fragment has chosen you, my boy. You bear the mark of the key-bearer now. Within hours, Hobbit found himself standing before the damaged southeastern portal, an arch of crystalline material 20 feet tall that now displayed a spiderweb of cracks across its once flawless surface. Where it had previously shimmered with subtle, shifting images of its sister realm, now only darkness remained, occasionally broken by flashes of unsettling colors that existed in no earthly spectrum. The magisters maintained a respectful distance as Hobbit approached the portal, drawn forward by an inexplicable compulsion. The markings around his eye tingled, and suddenly the fractured surface of the portal revealed script, ancient symbols that shifted and transformed even as he watched. I can read it, he breathed, astonished. It speaks of balance and passage, of oaths forgotten and bonds betrayed. It says the guardians have... He lies. The accusation cut through the air like a blade, silencing Hobbit mid-sentence. Magister Vaughn stepped forward, his face contorted with rage. This boy fabricates false prophecies to elevate his importance. Confusion rippled through the gathered officials. Hobbit turned to Master Orlin for support, but his mentor's expression had turned carefully neutral, eyes darting nervously between his apprentice and his colleagues. I'm only telling you what I see, Hobbit protested. You know, the inscription clearly states that the Guardians themselves damaged the portals deliberately to... Enough, Vaughn's voice cracked like thunder. Arrest this blasphemer. His wild accusations threaten the very fabric of our realm in this time of crisis. As royal guards moved to seize him, instinct took over. Hobbit pressed his palm against the fractured portal, not knowing what he expected. Certainly not for his hand to pass through what should have been solid crystal. Before anyone could stop him, he had thrown himself entirely into the portal, the world dissolving around him into fragments of light and sensation. He fell through kaleidoscopic darkness for what seemed like eternity and an instant simultaneously, landing hard on a surface that felt like metal, yet pulsed with organic warmth. Rolling onto his back, Hobbit gazed up at a sky of deep violet, where two moons hung impossibly close, one silver, one the color of burnished copper. Another refugee, a voice spoke from behind him, melodious yet edged with steel. Or perhaps a spy. Hobbit scrambled to his feet to face the speaker, a woman whose skin shimmered with subtle iridescence, her hair the color of starlight. She wore armor crafted from a material similar to the portals themselves and held a crystalline spear leveled at his chest. Neither, he managed, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I think I'm the key-bearer. The weapon didn't waver, but her eyes, pools of shifting quicksilver, widened slightly. Show me your mark. Hobbit gestured to the patterns surrounding his right eye, which he now realized were glowing with a soft blue light. The woman approached cautiously, studying the markings with an expert eye before slowly lowering her weapon. I am Serena, Princess of the Crystalline Dominion, she said formally. Ador I was, before my realm began collapsing when your guardians betrayed their oaths. Over the following hours, as they took shelter in the ruins of what had once been a magnificent crystal spire, Serena explained the truth, how the seven realms had once existed in perfect harmony, connected by the crystal portals. How the guardians, tasked with maintaining the portals for millennia, had discovered they could extend their lives by siphoning energy from the dimensional passages. The drain weakened the barriers between worlds, she explained, warming her hands over a fire that burned blue and gave off no smoke. My people were the first to notice, but when we sent envoys to warn yours, the guardians silenced them, Hobbit finished, pieces falling into place. And now the portals are failing completely. 6 have already collapsed entirely. Yours is the 7th. When it falls, the dimensional cascade will destroy all our worlds. Serena's silver eyes reflected the strange firelight. The only hope lies in the seal of unification, but its fragments were scattered across the realms for safekeeping. Hobbit touched the markings around his eye thoughtfully. These inscriptions, they're not just decorative, are they? I can feel knowledge awakening within me, maps, paths between worlds that shouldn't exist. Serena nodded solemnly. The key-bearer's burden. You can navigate the spaces between portals, find the fragments before the final collapse. Their quest began at dawn, beneath the twin moons that never set in this fractured reality. Through landscapes that defied conventional physics, floating islands of crystal connected by bridges of pure light, forests where trees grew downward from an unseen canopy, oceans that flowed like ribbons through the sky. They traveled, seeking the fragments of a seal older than civilization itself. In the desert of echoes, where each footstep resounded with whispers from other timelines, they recovered the first fragment from the clutches of a sphinx-like creature that spoke in riddles from 3 mouths simultaneously. In the inverted cities of Lumina, where gravity pulled outward rather than downward, they won the second fragment by solving the paradox of reflected selves. With each recovered piece, the markings around Hobbit's eye spread further across his face and down his neck, pulsing with knowledge ancient and terrible. He began to see beyond physical reality, glimpsing the dimensional threads that wove together the fabric of existence itself. More concerning, he discovered he could manipulate these threads, creating small passages between places that should have required weeks of travel. Each use of this power left him weakened, yet somehow more connected to the spaces between worlds. You're becoming like the portals themselves, Serena observed with concern after he collapsed following their retrieval of the 4th fragment. The power transforms you. I can feel it, Hobbit admitted, studying his reflection in a pool of quicksilver. The markings now covered nearly half his body, luminous patterns that shifted subtly when he wasn't looking directly at them. But I also understand now why the Guardians were corrupted. The knowledge is intoxicating. Their return to Ambar came sooner than expected. With 6 fragments assembled into an incomplete seal, they emerged from a passage Hobbit created directly into the Chamber of Guardians, where the Council of Magisters stood around the damaged southeastern portal, drawing pulsating threads of energy from its fracturing surface into their own bodies. So the little librarian returns. Magister Vaughn's voice had changed, resonating with power never meant for mortal possession. But with the missing pieces, we require no less. You doom us all, Serena accused, her crystal spear leveled at the corrupted mages. The portals weren't created to be harvested. They maintain the structural integrity of our very realities. A necessary sacrifice, Magistra Elindra replied, her eyes now shimmering pools of dimensional energy. Our research will allow us to create new, stable realms under our guidance. The confrontation escalated into battle, arcane energies clashing with Serena's crystal weapons, while Hobbit attempted to reach the portal itself. The markings covering his body burned like fire as he forced his way through magical barriers, each step feeling as though he walked through solid stone. When he finally pressed his palm against the fractured crystal surface, understanding flooded through him. The portal wasn't merely damaged but dying, its fundamental essence drained by centuries of Guardians' greed. The seal alone wouldn't be sufficient. It needed a conduit, a bridge between worlds. It needed a sacrifice. "Serena!" he called above the chaos. "Complete the seal!" Understanding dawned in her silver eyes as she fought her way to his side, pressing the 6 fragments into his marked hand. As they connected with his transformed flesh, the 7th and final piece materialized from within his changed eye, the fragment that had chosen him from the beginning. "The realms will need rebuilding," Hobbit said quietly. "Promise me you'll guide them better than we did." Before she could respond, he pressed the completed seal against the heart of the portal and pushed himself entirely into the crystalline surface. Pain beyond imagining engulfed him as his consciousness expanded across 7 realities simultaneously, his transformed body becoming the living bridge between worlds. The Chamber of Guardians filled with blinding light as the portal flared to life once more, not as a passage between worlds, but as a nexus of healing energy that spread outward to reconnect the severed dimensional threads throughout the realms. When clarity returned, the corrupted Guardians lay unconscious, their stolen power reclaimed by the restored dimensional balance. The portal stood whole again, its surface showing not one realm, but glimpses of all 7, rotating in perfect harmony. And at its center, visible from all angles yet physically present in none, was Hobbit, his form now composed entirely of crystalline light. The markings that had covered his body expanded into an infinite tapestry of dimensional script that recorded the true history and purpose of the 7 realms. "I see everything now," his voice echoed simultaneously in all worlds. "The portals were never meant to be passages for mere travel, but conduits of knowledge and understanding between our peoples." In the great library of Lumenhall, a new wing appeared overnight, a crystalline archive where visitors from all 7 realms came to learn the truths of their connected histories. And if the most dedicated scholars sometimes reported brief conversations with the archive itself, a presence that remembered being a young librarian's apprentice with an extraordinary memory, well, such tales were carefully preserved in books bound in covers that shimmered like portals to other worlds. Story 3. The Black Frost came without warning. It crept across the unified kingdom overnight, transforming living creatures into faceless statues of obsidian stone. Fields of golden wheat became gardens of black crystal. Birds mid-flight crashed to earth as perfect onyx sculptures. In the village of Emberforge, known for its master blacksmiths and glowing forges that never cooled, the inhabitants awoke to find half their neighbors transformed, frozen expressions of terror captured in polished stone. Hobbit wiped soot from his brow as he examined the latest victim brought to his forge, the miller's daughter, barely 16 summers old, her hands still outstretched as if reaching for something beyond sight. Unlike the others brought to him, this transformation was incomplete. Her fingertips remained flesh, warm to the touch, despite the perfect stone that encased the rest of her form. "Can you save her?" asked the miller, his voice cracking with desperation. Hobbit didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gazed into the heart of his forge, the flames dancing with unusual colors that had appeared since the Black Frost began. Purples and blues that shouldn't exist in natural fire. "I don't know," he finally admitted, "but I dream of her." just as I dreamed of the black frost before it came. The dreams had plagued Hobbit for months. Visions of battles never fought, faces never met, and a crown that allowed its wearer to step through the corridors of time itself. Dreams that felt more like memories, becoming clearer with each passing night. That evening, as the village elders convened in the hall to discuss the spreading affliction, Hobbit's forge fire suddenly roared upward, consuming his modest workspace in flames that did not burn. Within the fire stood a figure of light, a warrior in armor that shimmered with the essence of dawn. "You have forgotten who you are, Emberheart," the apparition intoned, its voice resonating through Hobbit's bones rather than his ears. But the Emperor remembers. He has returned from his exile beyond the Veil, and his vengeance begins with the Stone Plague. Hobbit felt something ancient awakening within him, knowledge buried beneath lifetimes of forgetting. "I'm a blacksmith," he protested, even as his right hand moved of its own accord to trace a symbol in the air that caused the flames to part around him. "You were Emberheart, commander of the Dawn Vanguard," the fiery messenger continued, "one of the 7 who imprisoned the Black Emperor 1,000 years ago, reborn without memory, as were all the 7, scattered across the land as the final defense should he ever return." The apparition extended its hand, and within its palm materialized a circlet of metal that seemed to shift between gold, silver, and materials unknown to mortal craft. "The Crown of Ages," Hobbit whispered, the name rising unbidden from depths of memory he hadn't known existed. "It calls to you, as it always has. It will show you when and where to find the others. But make haste. The Emperor gains strength with each soul transformed to stone." As Hobbit's trembling fingers closed around the crown, the messenger dissolved into embers that settled throughout the forge like fallen stars. The humble building itself had transformed, ancient runes now visible in the stonework, tools rearranging themselves into unfamiliar patterns. The crown pulsed in his hands, warm and alive like a beating heart. When placed upon his brow, the world around him shifted. Time flowed visible like rivers of light, and for a disorienting moment, Hobbit saw himself as he had been in that previous life, tall and resplendent in armor forged from sunlight, leading armies against a darkness that devoured the stars themselves. A voice that was his but not his echoed from that past. "Brother, why have you betrayed us all?" The vision faded, leaving Hobbit gasping on the floor of his transformed forge. The Crown of Ages had shrunk to become a simple copper band around his wrist, undetectable as anything extraordinary to ordinary eyes. By morning, Hobbit had packed minimal provisions and slipped away from Emberforge, following the pull of the crown. It guided him eastward, toward the Whispering Plains, where legends said the grass carried secrets from one end of the world to the other. The journey that should have taken weeks passed in days, as if the crown bent not just his perception of time, but time itself around him. At the edge of the plains stood an ancient waystone, twice the height of a man and covered in spiraling glyphs that changed their pattern each time Hobbit blinked. Waiting there was a woman clad in the crimson robes of the flame-eternal priesthood, her eyes reflecting firelight, though no flame burned nearby. "You're late, Emberheart," she said, her voice carrying the cadence of ritual chants. "The Stone Plague has already reached the sacred groves." Hobbit studied her face, a flicker of recognition stirring. "Lysandra," she nodded once, sharply. "In this life, yes, in the last, I was Solara, keeper of the eternal flame." Her eyes narrowed. "You don't remember everything yet, do you?" "Fragments." "Dreams." Hobbit touched the disguised crown at his wrist. "I know we fought together against my brother." Lysandra's expression darkened. "The Black Emperor was born Mordath, brother to Emberheart, son of the same mother. His betrayal cut deepest with you." She glanced at the horizon, where unnatural storm clouds gathered. Or what the legends don't tell is that I was the one who released him. The confession hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken history. Before Hobbit could respond, the waystone began to hum, vibrating at a frequency that made his teeth ache. The glyphs glowed with internal light, and a doorway appeared within the solid stone. The crown shows the way, but I opened the path, Lysandra explained. We must find the others quickly. The seer. The shield, the shadow. The song, the silence. Together with the flame, myself and you, the heart, we can bind him again. Through the portal lay not the continuation of the plains, but a vast chamber hewn from living crystal, illuminated by light that seemed to have no source. Massive columns supported a ceiling lost to shadows above, each carved with the history of the world in miniature, depicting ages long forgotten by mortal records. The vault of memory, Lysandra breathed. It exists in the space between moments. Her words cut short as a deep tremor shook the chamber. The flawless crystal floor beneath them began to darken, black tendrils spreading like ink through water. He knows we're here, Hobbit realized, the crown at his wrist burning suddenly hot against his skin. It expanded back into its true form, flying from his arm to hover before him, awaiting his command. With instincts he didn't understand, Hobbit reached out and grasped the crown. The moment his fingers touched the ancient artifact, time fractured around him. He witnessed 1,000 moments simultaneously, the forging of the crown by beings of pure light, the rise of Mordath from trusted advisor to tyrannical emperor, the final battle where 7 heroes bound him at terrible cost, the ritual that scattered their souls through time to be reborn when needed. And he saw Lysandra, Solara then, making a fatal choice. Believing she could control the Emperor's power to prevent a greater catastrophe, she had weakened the bindings just enough for his influence to seep back into the world. I trusted you, Hobbit whispered as time reassembled itself around them. Tears of actual flame traced down Lysandra's cheeks. I thought I could direct his power against the Voidwalkers. They would have consumed everything. I had seen it in the sacred fires. I made a choice between 2 dooms. Another tremor, stronger this time. Portions of the crystal columns began transforming to black stone. We have no time for past betrayals, she urged. The crown can locate the others if you command it. Hobbit lifted the crown of ages above his head, and it expanded into a circlet of impossible beauty, each facet showing a different era of history. Show me the path to the scattered 7, he commanded. The crown spun, faster and faster until it was a blur of light. When it settled back into Hobbit's hands, 5 gemstones had appeared in its circumference, each pulsing with a distinctive rhythm, like distant heartbeats. They live, Lysandra breathed, but the silence, its light flickers. For 3 days and nights, they traversed the hidden pathways revealed by the crown, stepping through boundaries of reality that ordinary travelers would never perceive. They found the seer in a tower of bone and butterfly wings, an ancient woman whose blind eyes saw only the truth of souls. They rescued the shield, a child in this incarnation, from a village half transformed to stone. In the Court of Whispers, they discovered the shadow living as a master spy, unaware of his greater purpose. The song they found in chains, her voice muzzled by those who feared its power to reshape reality. And the silence they nearly lost, a solitary monk whose meditation had taken him so deep into his own mind that his body had begun turning to stone from the inside out. With each reunion, more of Hobbit's past life returned. He remembered fighting alongside these souls across 100 battlefields. He remembered the creation of the binding spell that required all 7 powers unified. But most painfully, He remembered Mordath as he had been before corruption, brilliant, compassionate, determined to protect their people at any cost. How that determination had twisted into something monstrous when he discovered the forbidden magics of soul binding. The final confrontation came at the Temple of First Light, where the boundaries between worlds were thinnest. The Black Emperor no longer resembled the brother Hobbit had known, his form shifting between man and shadow, crowned with twisted antlers of black stone. Behind him, a portal showed glimpses of the realm beyond the veil, where he had been imprisoned for a millennium. "Welcome home, brother," the Emperor's voice echoed, as if spoken from the bottom of a well. Have you brought me the keys to my prison as requested?" The seven formed a circle around him, each manifesting their power in distinctive ways, the seer's eyes blazing with visions, the shield generating a dome of protective energy, the shadow multiplying into a dozen identical forms, the song's voice harmonizing with the fundamental tones of reality itself, the silence creating a vacuum into which the Emperor's words disappeared. Lysandra, the flame, ignited into a column of purifying fire. "We've come to renew your bindings, Mordath, to end the stone plague and send you back beyond the veil." The Emperor laughed, the sound causing cracks to race across the temple floor. "Ah, my faithful Solara. Did you think I didn't plan for your eventual betrayal of your betrayal? The stone plague isn't merely my revenge, it's my salvation." With a gesture, he revealed the truth. Each person transformed to stone was not merely trapped, but converted. Their life essence channeled directly to him through the obsidian material. Thousands of souls fueled his return. Millions more would make him unstoppable. Hobbit stepped forward, the crown of ages now burning with the combined light of 7 souls. "Then we have no choice, brother. There is always a choice. Ember Heart," the Emperor snarled. "Join me, rule beside me. After all, only a sacrifice of royal blood can truly complete the binding spell. Your blood or mine." And there was the final truth, the knowledge that had been hidden from Hobbit in both lives. The original binding had been incomplete because Emberheart couldn't bring himself to deliver the killing blow to his own brother. Instead, they had imprisoned him, creating the very possibility of his return. The crown showed Hobbit every possible future branching from this moment. In each one where Mordath lived, darkness eventually consumed all. In the single path where light remained, there was a price too terrible to contemplate. "I remember now," Hobbit said quietly, "why the spell was flawed the first time." He removed the crown and handed it to Lysandra. "Keep time flowing true," he instructed, then turned to face the Emperor. "Brother," he said, stepping inside the Emperor's guard, "I forgive you." Before anyone could react, Hobbit embraced Mordath, driving a blade of crystallized time, forged in the heart of his own rebirth, through both their hearts. As darkness claimed him, Hobbit used the last of his strength to complete the binding, not a prison this time, but a purification. The stone plague reversed across the land, black statues returning to flesh and life. The Emperor's corrupted essence burned away, leaving only the spirit of the brother Hobbit had loved. The Crown of Ages recorded it all, preserving the memory of 2 brothers who, in the end, saved each other from their worst selves. And in a humble village far away, a blacksmith's forge fire burned with unusual colors, blues and purples that shouldn't exist in natural flame, waiting for the cycle to begin anew when needed. Story 4. The song began as a whisper, a melody so faint that the townsfolk of Ironhaven dismissed it as mountain winds playing tricks on weary minds. But as the moon waxed and waned thrice over, the ethereal notes grew stronger, weaving through the cobblestone streets like silver threads of enchantment. Those who heard it longest vanished in the night, leaving nothing behind but half-written letters and cooling hearths. All who disappeared shared one destination, the abandoned mines of Khazul-Dur, whose sealed entrances had mysteriously reopened after centuries of silence. Hobbit adjusted the enchanted lute strapped across his back as he gazed up at the imposing mountain face. Carved directly into the ancient stone, the entrance to Khazul-Dur yawned before him, a perfect archway adorned with runes that shifted and changed whenever observed too closely. Unlike the mesmerized villagers now lost to the depths, the haunting melody that emanated from within affected him differently. Where others heard irresistible beauty, Hobbit perceived the underlying sorrow, the desperate plea hidden beneath layers of enchantment. "Can you hear it clearly?" asked Thorn, the half-orc who towered beside him. A network of ritual scars marked the bounty hunter's grey-green skin, telling tales of victories against creatures most believed mythical. His massive hand rested on the hilt of a battle-axe, whose edge gleamed with an unnatural blue light. "Or clear enough to know it's not meant for mortal ears," Hobbit replied, his fingers idly tracing the patterns inlaid in his lute, patterns he now realized mirrored those on the archway before them. "It's a binding song, ancient magic, not malevolent, more like a cry for help distorted by time," Thorn grunted. "The Guild of Merchants doesn't pay us to analyze the artistic merits. They want their missing people back, and the enchantment ended. And the missing shipments of premium crystal," Hobbit added with a knowing smile. "Never forget the merchandise, especially when dealing with the Guild." The unlikely pair had met 3 days prior in Ironhaven's lone tavern, the Broken Pickaxe, Hobbit summoned by desperate town elders, Thorn tracking a fugitive rumored to have disappeared into the mines. An unusual bard with mismatched eyes, one emerald, one amber, and an equally unusual bounty hunter bound by a life debt to a forgotten god, had found common cause in the mystery of Khazul-Dur. As they crossed the threshold into the mines, the air changed, becoming heavier, charged with lingering magic that made Thorn's scars pulse with soft light. The walls themselves seemed alive, veins of crystal running through the stone like frozen lightning. Deeper they ventured, the melody growing stronger, no longer carried by air, but vibrating through the very rock beneath their feet. The old stories say these mines were abandoned after miners broke through to something they shouldn't have, Hobbit said. His voice hushed despite his immunity to the enchantment. The records claim it was poison gas, but poison gas doesn't sing, Thorn finished, his keen eyes scanning the shadows. Nor does it reopen sealed passages. Their descent led them through grand chambers where stalactites and stalagmites had grown together over centuries to form natural pillars, each one containing a perfect crystal core that resonated with the omnipresent melody. In one vast cavern, they discovered the first signs of the missing townsfolk. Abandoned lanterns and tools, scattered as if their owners had simply walked away mid-task. By the third day underground, navigating tunnels that twisted impossibly back upon themselves, they reached a precipice overlooking an underground realm never meant for surface dwellers. Eyes. A vast cavern stretched beyond sight, illuminated not by fire, but by the gentle luminescence of crystal formations that defied comprehension. Immense crystal spires rose from a lake of perfectly still silver water, each one vibrating with musical notes that combined into the enchanting song that had reached the surface world. And there, arranged in concentric circles around the largest formation, stood the missing people of Ironhaven, their eyes vacant, their mouths moving in perfect synchronization with the melody. "And by the forgotten vows," Thorn whispered, for once the stoic bounty hunter truly shaken, but it was what dwelled among the crystal spires that stole Hobbit's breath. Beings of living crystal moved through the cavern, their translucent bodies capturing and refracting light in rainbow cascades. Some appeared almost humanoid, others like no creature any surface legend had described. They tended to the entranced humans with gestures that seemed almost apologetic. They're not harming them, Hobbit realized, unfastening his lute. They're teaching them. A low, rumbling voice filled their minds before they could retreat. The surface dwellers must learn the song, Wanderer. The pillars grow weak without sufficient voices. The largest crystal formation at the center of the lake was shifting, revealing a face of impossible geometry and ancient wisdom. Eyes like liquid silver regarded them with neither malice nor welcome, only tired resignation. "I am Crystalis, first chord of the deep singers," the entity continued. "We have sung for 10,000 years, holding aloft the weight of your world. But our voices grow weak, our numbers few. We must teach new singers, or all above will fall to ruin." Understanding dawned on Hobbit like a physical blow. "The pillars, you mean literal pillars. You're supporting the mountain, the entire region above." "The Ancient Ones made a bargain," Crystalis confirmed, "our eternal song for their eternal protection, but they abandoned us, left us to sing alone until our voices cracked and our bodies fractured. We take only enough surface dwellers to maintain the harmony. It is regrettable, but necessary." Thorn's grip tightened on his axe. "Release them. Find another way." "There is no other way." The crystal being's voice resonated with genuine sorrow. "The song cannot cease, not even for a moment." But Hobbit's attention had drifted to his lute, to the crystalline inlays that now pulsed in time with the great song. With trembling fingers, he ran his hand along the instrument's neck, feeling the unmistakable resonance with the beings before him. "My lute," he said, his voice barely audible even to himself. "It's made from your kin, isn't it? Crystals harvested from this very cavern." The silver eyes of Crystalis widened slightly. "You carry the voice of our lost ones in that instrument, Wanderer. It was crafted from those who failed in their duty and were harvested by the Ancient Ones. A cruel fate, to be silenced, then forced to make music for the destroyers of your kin." Hobbit felt sick. His cherished lute, the instrument that had brought him fame across 3 kingdoms, was built from the remains of these beings. No wonder he alone had been immune to their song. His childhood encounter with a fae had merely awakened the connection to an instrument already attuned to their magic. "There must be a middle path," Hobbit insisted, an idea forming. "Not slavery for either your people or ours, but harmony." That night, while Thorn kept wary watch, Hobbit sat at the edge of the Silver Lake and listened, truly listened, to the song that had never ceased for millennia. He discerned patterns, movements, the mathematical precision of notes that described the very structure of the mountain above. With careful fingers, he began to play along on his lute, adding counter-melodies that the crystal beings turned to observe with curious attention. For 7 days and 7 nights, Hobbit composed, integrating the crystalline song with melodies of his own creation. He drew from ballads of human triumph, orcish war chants that Thorn reluctantly demonstrated, and even fragments of fairy music he had gathered in his travels. As his composition grew, the entranced villagers began to stir, their vacant expressions giving way to wonder, as they found themselves singing with conscious choice rather than compulsion. On the dawn of the 8th day, Hobbit played the final version of what he now called the Song of Balance. His fingers moved across the strings without conscious thought, drawing sounds that should have been impossible from the instrument. The crystal beings gathered around, their forms resonating with each note, while the freed villagers added human voices to the composition. "This is the new accord," Hobbit announced as the final notes hung in the air. a song that both our kinds can share, that requires neither eternal bondage nor theft of will. A rotation of willing singers from above, bringing fresh voices to sustain the pillars, while your people recover their strength. Crystalis regarded him with an expression impossible to read. And who will ensure this accord remains unbroken when you are gone, wanderer? The surface dwellers forget their promises with each generation. Hobbit touched his lute, understanding the price before it was named. I will stay, as intermediary, as teacher. The bard who remembers both worlds, Hobbit. Thorn growled in warning, but the decision had already crystallized in the bard's heart. The deep singers accepted the new accord, and the villagers were permitted to return to the surface, but with knowledge rather than enchantment, bearers of a new tradition that would bring willing singers to the depths on each solstice. Thorn departed reluctantly, carrying Hobbit's written account to the Guild of Merchants, along with an agreement for limited, sustainable crystal harvesting that would not harm the living beings below. Deep in Khazul-Dur, in a chamber where crystal spires reached toward an unseen sky, Hobbit taught his Song of Balance to new generations of human singers and young deep singers alike. With each performance, small fragments of crystal grew within his body, first in his fingertips, then spreading slowly through his flesh. In time, his voice took on the resonant quality of the crystal beings, and his memories of the surface world began to fade, like dreams upon waking. What remained eternal was the music, the Song of Balance that held together two worlds that could neither fully separate nor fully join. And if travelers near the Ironhaven Mountains claim to sometimes hear fragments of surface ballads woven into the wind that whistles through the peaks, the locals simply smile and call it the breath of Khazul-Dur, carried from depths where a legendary bard still plays his crystalline lute, half human and half something else entirely. Story 5. The first pillar fell at dawn. It happened without warning, a monumental spire of ancient stone and starlight that had stood for 10 millennia, crumbling into dust as the sun crested the horizon. In the village of Willowvale, nestled in the valley below, Hobbit awoke with a scream lodged in his throat and sweat-drenched sheets twisted around his trembling limbs. He stumbled to the window of his modest cottage, gasping as burning pain etched intricate patterns across his forearms, luminous silver lines that pulsed with each rapid beat of his heart. Outside, reality itself seemed to ripple like the surface of a disturbed pond. Ghostly shapes wavered between the trees, and in the marketplace, horrified villagers stood transfixed as their deceased loved ones walked among them, confused and translucent. "It begins," whispered a voice behind him. Hobbit whirled around to face an elderly man seated by his cold hearth, transparent and blue-tinged, yet unmistakable from the portrait Hobbit kept above his mantle. "Grandfather," Hobbit whispered, though he had never met the man in life. "The pillars of twilight are failing, child," the spectre said, his voice like rustling autumn leaves. "You are the last of our bloodline, the final guardian." "I'm a shepherd," Hobbit protested, gesturing toward his crook and the small flock visible through the window. "I tend sheep, not the balance between worlds." The ghost smiled sadly. "Your mother hid you well. She hoped the duty would die with her generation." His translucent hand passed through Hobbit's marked forearm. "But the blood remembers what the mind forgets." Already the pillars crumble. Already the Nightmare Queen stirs in her dark realm. By nightfall, 3 more pillars had fallen. Across the 5 kingdoms, the veil between life and death thinned to gossamer. In the coastal kingdom of Azurhaven, ships were lost to phantom whirlpools. In the mountain realm of Stonecrest, miners fled their shafts as the whispers of those crushed in ancient cave-ins echoed through tunnels suddenly filled with spectral figures. In the grand libraries of Lumen Hall, scrolls recorded themselves in reverse, words flying from pages back into inkwells. And in Hobbit's dreams, she came to him, Malvain, the Nightmare Queen. Her beauty was terrible, her crown fashioned from crystallized tears, her gown woven from forgotten promises. Last guardian, she crooned, circling him in a midnight meadow lit by stars that pulsed in time with the markings on his arms. Why restore what was already failing? The pillars were never meant to separate the realms so completely. Help me create a single world where death is merely optional. He awoke, clutching a black rose that hadn't existed when he'd fallen asleep. With his grandfather's spirit as guide, Hobbit abandoned his flock and journeyed to the ruins of Guardian Hall, the ancient seat of his ancestors. The once magnificent fortress now stood half in the physical world and half in the realm of spirits, its broken towers home to creatures of both domains. In the partially collapsed Great Hall, beneath a ceiling open to a sky where two moons now hung, one silver, one the sickly green of putrefaction, Hobbit found the first relic, the Timekeeper's pendant. As he slipped the silver chain around his neck, knowledge flooded his mind, memories not his own, yet somehow familiar. He saw the first guardians raising the pillars of twilight, their purpose not to separate life from death, but to establish harmony between them, a regulated flow rather than a mingling chaos. The relics will be drawn to you now, his grandfather explained as they left the ruins, fleeing from shadow wolves with glowing eyes that hunted at the boundaries of light. But so too will those who serve the Nightmare Queen. In the whispering forest, where trees spoke in the voices of those buried beneath their roots, Hobbit encountered Elariel. The exiled princess was battling wraith vines that sought to drag her into the hollow between worlds. Hobbit's markings blazed as he instinctively traced symbols in the air, creating barriers of light that severed the phantom tendrils. "You're him," she said, once they were safely ensconced in her hidden grove. "The guardian everyone's been sensing." Her midnight blue eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Half the realm is looking for you, some to help, most to stop you." "And which are you?" Hobbit asked, hands straying to the dagger at his belt. She pushed back her sleeve, revealing markings different from his, deep blue instead of silver, resembling flowing water rather than his angular runes. "My ancestors built what yours maintained," she explained. "The architect's blood still flows in my veins." "Then you know the truth," his grandfather's spirit interjected, materializing beside them. "About what the early guardians did." Elariel nodded solemnly. "They feared death too much. The pillars were meant to regulate passage between realms, not block it. When they altered the design to prevent death entirely, they created the imbalance," Hobbit finished, the Timekeeper's pendant warm against his chest. "And now we pay the price." Together, they journeyed across lands increasingly transformed by the collapsing barriers. In the crystalline desert, where dunes of glass sand shifted to reveal the bones of ancient behemoths, now walking again, they retrieved the compass of souls from a temple half buried in the spirit realm. In the floating isles of Erovia, now tethered to the ground by chains of regret made manifest, they claimed the chalice of renewal from a shrine guarded by oath-bound knights, neither alive nor dead. Each relic awakened more of the knowledge buried in Hobbit's blood. Each night, Malvain's offers grew more tempting. "They follow you out of obligation, not loyalty," she whispered, as Hobbit dreamed of a world with indigo skies, where butterflies transformed into memories when touched. The princess seeks redemption for her family's role in creating the flawed pillars. The others join your quest out of fear, not faith, for indeed others had rallied to their cause. Thorn, a battle mage whose enchantments affected both physical and spectral foes. Ren, a chronicler with the uncanny ability to write events before they occurred. And Caspian, a thief who could pickpocket secrets from the minds of the dead. When they located the fourth relic, the Mirror of Truth, hidden in the inverted tower of Netherholm, where gravity reversed and thoughts became visible as colored mist, Hobbit finally saw the complete history. The mirror showed how the first Guardians, desperate to spare humanity from death's inevitability, had corrupted the architect's design. How their well-intentioned meddling had created the Nightmare Realm, a purgatory where souls meant to transition naturally became trapped. How Malvain had once been the most gifted architect, driven mad by centuries imprisoned between worlds. The final relic lies in her domain, Ilariel said, as they made camp that night in a valley where moonflowers bloomed upside down. It is the heart of equilibrium. She'll never surrender it, Thorn argued, his enchanted blade glinting as he sharpened it against a whetstone that sang mournful melodies with each stroke. Hobbit remained silent, watching the markings on his arms pulse in time with the failing pillars. Only two remained standing now. The world groaned under the strain of realms not meant to fully converge, not like this, not so suddenly after eons of forced separation. That night, Malvain came to him not in dreams but in person, stepping through a rent in reality that opened beside the campfire after his companions had fallen asleep. "You understand now," she said, her voice simultaneously beautiful and terrible. "Your ancestors betrayed mine. They turned balance into separation. They feared the natural order. And your solution is to destroy all boundaries," Hobbit challenged, rising to face her. "To let chaos reign as the realms collapse into each other." She extended her hand, and in her palm rested a small crystal heart that beat with dual pulses. "The heart of equilibrium," she said. "Take it. Restore the pillars as they were meant to be, permeable boundaries, not impenetrable walls." "Why would you help me?" "Because I tire of madness," she answered simply. "And I tire of being the villain in a story where everyone has forgotten the true beginning." At the sight of the first pillar, now just a circle of scorched earth at the center of the five kingdoms, they gathered under skies where stars and souls were indistinguishable from one another. The five relics, arranged in a pattern revealed by Hobbit's markings, began to hum with power. "The price is high," his grandfather's spirit warned. To reforge what was broken, to correct what was corrupted, it requires a guardian's life freely given. Ilariel stepped forward. There must be another way. But Hobbit understood at last. "The imbalance began with my bloodline's fear of death," he said quietly. "How fitting that it should end with acceptance." He stepped into the center of the relics, their light connecting to the markings on his arms, which had spread to cover his entire body. As he closed his eyes, accepting his role not as the last guardian of the old way, but as the first guardian of the new, Malvain appeared once more. "You understand the truth now," she said. "Death is not the enemy. Imbalance is." "Will it hurt?" Hobbit asked, suddenly feeling very young and very afraid. She smiled, not the cruel smile of the Nightmare Queen, but the gentle expression of the architect she had once been. "Not if you don't fight it." As dawn broke over the five kingdoms, new pillars of twilight rose, not as impenetrable barriers, but as bridges between realms. At their center stood a figure neither fully alive nor dead, a shepherd who had found his true flock. And Hobbit, the last guardian of the old and first guardian of the new, watched over the flow of souls between worlds with eyes that saw both realms clearly at last. The balance, finally, was restored. Story 6. In the verdant valley of Eldamir, where the mist clung to ancient boughs like forgotten memories, stood the prosperous settlement of Norburia. Unlike the towering stone fortresses of men or the airy pavilions of elves, Norburia was a marvel of harmony. Homes carved into rolling hillsides, their round doors gleaming with polished brass, smoke curling lazily from chimney stacks that resembled mushroom caps. At the heart of this thriving community stood the great council oak, a behemoth of nature whose sprawling canopy had sheltered 15 generations of citizens beneath its amber-flecked leaves. It was beneath this ancient sentinel that Hobbit first witnessed the impossible. The young archivist had been crossing the central square, arms laden with forbidden scrolls borrowed, not stolen, he insisted to himself, from the restricted archives. The full moon illuminated his path, casting long shadows that danced around his feet. Then came the sound, a crystalline note, like a teardrop falling upon silver. Hobbit looked up just as a luminous droplet descended from the highest branches of the great oak, catching the moonlight as it fell. The amber tear struck the cobblestones with unexpected weight, shattering the night's silence. Where it landed, the stone seemed to ripple like disturbed water. Hobbit approached cautiously, scrolls clutched to his chest, watching with scholarly fascination as the liquid amber hardened. Then, impossibly, began to move. Tiny wooden fingers emerged from the solidified resin, followed by a diminutive body no larger than Hobbit's hand. The creature stood, its body gnarled like oak bark, eyes glowing with the same amber light as the tear that had birthed it. For a moment, Hobbit and the homunculus regarded each other with mutual curiosity. Then the wooden figure let out a chittering shriek and lunged. Hobbit stumbled backward, dropping his precious scrolls as the creature scrambled toward him with surprising speed. More tears were falling now, a gentle rain of amber droplets, each one birthing another wooden creature upon impact. Their collective chittering grew into a dissonant chorus that shattered the peaceful night. The archives, Hobbit whispered, suddenly remembering passages from the ancient texts the Council of Elders had dismissed as mere folklore, the lament of the buried kingdom. By morning, Norburia was in chaos. Dozens of wooden homunculi had emerged, attacking citizens and vanishing into cracks in the earth. The Council of Elders gathered in emergency session beneath the weeping oak, which now shed amber tears in a steady stream. Elder Bramblethorn's accusatory finger pointed directly at Hobbit as the young archivist tried to explain. "These are not random attacks," Hobbit insisted, his voice rising above the murmurs of the gathered crowd. "The tears are a warning, a message from the root people mentioned in the forbidden texts. Their kingdom lies beneath our feet, connected through the vast root network of the great oak." "Nonsense and heresy," Elder Bramblethorn thundered, his white beard quivering with indignation. "Your obsession with the forbidden archives has addled your mind, boy. These creatures appeared the very night you were seen skulking around the great oak with restricted scrolls. The texts speak of a buried civilization," Hobbit persisted, unrolling a yellowed parchment covered in intricate illustrations of underground chambers and tunnels. "When our ancestors settled here centuries ago, they didn't build on virgin land. They built atop an ancient realm. But the council would not listen. By midday, Hobbit found himself declared a public menace, responsible for the calamity through his meddling with forbidden knowledge. With nothing but his satchel of scrolls and the clothes on his back, he fled Norburia as the wooden homunculi continued their assault, the citizens' fearful gazes following his departure. For 3 days, Hobbit traveled the winding paths that led to the edge of the Mistweave Marsh, a place spoken of in whispers and warnings. It was said that Dornian dwelled there, once the most respected druid in the realm, now an exile labeled mad for his insistence that plants possessed consciousness. Hobbit had corresponded secretly with Dornian for years, sharing theories and ancient texts that the Council deemed dangerous. The marsh defied navigation, paths appearing and disappearing with each step. It was on the third day, when hunger and exhaustion had dulled Hobbit's senses, that the druid found him. "You walk with unusual purpose for one so lost," came a voice like rustling leaves. Dornian emerged from between two ancient willows, his weathered face partially obscured by a tangle of grey-green beard that seemed to have moss growing within it. "The trees have been whispering of your coming, young Hobbit. The great oak weeps," Hobbit said simply, too exhausted for pleasantries. Dornian's eyes, deep green like forest shadows, widened. "Then it has begun, the awakening." In Dornian's modest dwelling, a living structure of interwoven trees and vines, Hobbit learned the truth. The druid spread ancient maps across a table carved from a single massive mushroom cap, revealing the vast subterranean network that spread beneath Eldermere Valley. "The Root people were the first settlers of this land," Dornian explained, his gnarled finger tracing tunnels and chambers hidden beneath the surface. They lived in harmony with the great trees, not just the council oak, but all the ancient sentinels that once covered these lands. They built their cities around the roots, feeding them with reverence, receiving wisdom and protection in return. "But our histories say nothing of them," Hobbit protested. "History is written by those who remain above ground," Dornian replied grimly. "When your ancestors arrived, they saw only empty forest. They began clearing land, cutting trees, including 7 of the great sentinels that once stood alongside your council oak. The Root people retreated deeper underground, their connection to the surface severed save for the council oak, which they couldn't bear to abandon." Hobbit's blood ran cold as Dornian continued, revealing how the early settlers of Norburia had discovered the Root people during an excavation. Fearing the strange beings, they had collapsed the main access tunnels, effectively sealing the ancient civilization underground. The treaty that followed, a reluctant peace, decreed that the council oak would remain untouched, serving as the last tenuous connection between the two worlds. "But something has changed," Dornian said, studying a dried leaf with sudden intensity. "The balance is broken. Through complex rituals involving crushed herbs and whispered conversations with plants, Dornian discovered the cause. Master builder Holton, Norburia's celebrated architect, had secretly begun excavations beneath the township. Not for expansion, but in search of elven silver, a rare, magical metal that ran in veins through the deep soil, following the ancient root networks. "The mining operation is poisoning the roots," Dornian explained, showing Hobbit a withered plant that had grown near one of Holton's dig sites. "The great oak feels the pain of its severed connections. Its tears are both a warning and a call for help. The Root people are mobilizing for war after centuries of forced hibernation." But the revelation that shattered Hobbit's world came when Dornian revealed the name of the official who had signed the original treaty condemning the Root people to their underground exile, Lord Peregrine Burrowhill, Hobbit's great-great-grandfather and founder of his family line. "It is written in the old texts that only a descendant of the treaty maker can broker a new peace," Dornian said softly, watching understanding dawn in Hobbit's eyes. The journey back to Norburia was fraught with danger. The wooden homunculi had spread beyond the township, attacking travelers on the roads. When Hobbit and Dornian finally reached the edge of town, they found it transformed, barricades erected around the central square, the great oak now encased in a wooden scaffold as master builder Holton supervised workers attempting to collect the amber tears in large vats. "The fools," Dornian whispered, "they seek to harvest the tears for profit. Elven silver infused with the essence of the great oak would be worth a king's ransom. That night, guided by Dornian's earth magic, Hobbit descended through a forgotten well shaft into the darkness below Norburia. The tunnels opened into a breathtaking subterranean realm, vast chambers supported by living root columns, illuminated by phosphorescent fungi and crystals that cast rainbow light across carved walls, depicting the history of a forgotten people. The root people themselves were unlike any beings Hobbit had ever seen. Slender figures with bark-like skin and hair like fine roots, their eyes containing the same amber glow as the wooden homunculi. Their leader, Queen Rootsong, received the travelers in a chamber directly beneath the Great Council Oak, where the massive root structure formed a natural throne. "In descendant of betrayer Burrowhill," she addressed Hobbit, her voice resonating like wind through hollow branches, "you walk boldly into the realm your blood tried to extinguish." With trembling voice but unwavering resolve, Hobbit revealed Holton's scheme and the danger it posed to both worlds. He offered himself as hostage, a gesture of good faith, while proposing a new covenant. The surface dwellers would cease all mining activity and acknowledge the sovereignty of the Root Kingdom, in exchange for peace and the sharing of knowledge long forgotten by the surface world. Queen Rootsong studied him with ancient eyes. And why should we trust the blood of Burrowhill after generations of betrayal?" "Because I offer what my ancestor never did," Hobbit replied, pulling from his satchel the oldest scroll, one he had never shown even Dornian. The true history, written in his own hand, confessing his fear and regret. He never intended eternal separation, only a temporary measure until understanding could be fostered. The negotiations lasted 3 days. On the third night, as Master Builder Holton prepared to harvest the largest collection of amber tears yet, the ground beneath Norburia trembled. The citizens watched in awe as the cobblestones of the central square lifted, rearranging themselves into a perfect spiral pattern around the great oak. From this newly formed path emerged Hobbit, followed by Queen Rootsong and her court, with Dornian walking between them as arbiter. The wooden homunculi, revealed to be scouts and messengers of the Root People, stood down. The Council of Elders, faced with the undeniable truth and the damning evidence of Holton's secret mining operation, had no choice but to accept the new covenant. As dawn broke over Norburia, the great oak ceased its weeping. New growth appeared on branches that had begun to wither, and for the first time in centuries, flowers bloomed among its leaves, tiny blossoms with petals of amber and gold. Hobbit, once rejected for his progressive ideas, became the first ambassador to the Root Kingdom. The great library of Norburia, once restricted and censored, opened its doors to all, its shelves soon filled with knowledge shared from below, ancient wisdom of growing things, of harmony between peoples, and of the delicate balance that connected all living beings through roots both seen and unseen. And beneath the great council oak, where tears of amber had once fallen, now stood a circular table carved from a single piece of fallen heartwood, where representatives from both realms would gather to ensure that the roots connecting their worlds would never again be severed by fear or greed.